Mr. Demet?
Alright, I'm playing this again. So, one thing I've learned from the last time, I was curious when I went to sleep and I came back, woke back up. Dumet, how long has Dumet been here? Was he part of the construction of this hotel when it was under construction? Or was he just the architect that gave the blueprints to the people who did the construction? And he wasn't back here in September or in October. He just gave it to them, and when it came to the grand opening, that's when he showed up. So let's say, for instance, Dumet was never here in September or in October. Well, actually, no, that doesn't make sense, because these people stayed here. That means the place had to be finished way before September. So let's say Dumet was here during the grand opening, but he wasn't here during the construction phase. Yeah, so let's say he wasn't here for the construction phase. Let's say he just was the architect of this building, hired by whoever was in the building, but actually got us interested in homes. Let's say he just gave the blueprints and then overseed how things were going to appear within the building at the beginning. So he was here with the skeleton crew and everything to set up before they actually start construction, but he left. Let's say during the grand opening, that's when he returned again. And let's say his little daughter and his wife got involved with what happened in this building. And they got visited by the killer. And the reason why they lure people here is because the killer say, I'll kill your wife and your kid. Or since I didn't see the wife, I say, I'll kidnap your kid and keep her here unless you, after this place is built, make sure people come here. Your kid would be safe. So, if Dumet was part of the process all the way back in September, because this person kidnapped his kid, then why after the first group in September, the next group in October, and now this group? Not to mention the accident with the skeleton crew, why would he still be holding his daughter hostage from September for the first group of people, October 1st, the next group of people, and now? That doesn't make sense. It'll be like, I want you to bring people here so I could, kill them. Otherwise, I kill your daughter. That's something that would happen the first month in September. But that already happened. And let's say it was like, that's not enough. I want you to do it again. And say in October, he did it again. So what's going on? Is the killer say, I'm still not going to let go of your daughter or your wife or both until you bring me even more people, which are these ones right here now? That doesn't make sense. If it's a kidnapping thing, so Dumet couldn't have been there, and his daughter and his wife couldn't have been kidnapped. I'm assuming that broken heel and that shoe from the stilettos was his wife escaping. His wife probably escaped. Or his wife probably died, and his daughter didn't escape. So he couldn't have been there during the grand opening, because if he was there during the grand opening, probably was a setup, and then um, this killer did the whole thing, spiel of luring people in by himself until no one wants to show up. So he invited Mr. Dumet, the architect, to come back here, devise a trap to hold his family hostage until he brings in more people. That'd be the only reason why Dumet would be brought back, because Dumet couldn't have been there before the grand opening. It's still happening, and it's still happening now, September, October. That doesn't add up. So if Dumet took off within the boat with his daughter, the killer probably let the daughter go, or let them both go, probably had them both. I'll kill both of you unless you allow people to come here. So killer let them both go, and then more people are here. So what's going to happen the next time after, if these people die? He's going to find someone else associated with this building and, bribe them or threaten them. So let's say Dumet was one of the many. Let's say the architects, he's just one of many architects, or one of the people. So if these people die, what is he going to do? Call a different couple and stuff and do the same thing to them? So that's what I'm guessing right now. Dumet has something to do with his killer, but he doesn't really want to have anything to do with his killer. He just lured these people here, knowing, well, he's just an accomplice to what's going on here due to a threat of his life and his family's life. So he had to do it, no choice. But that doesn't explain the death in October and the death in September and the death before. Who lured them there? If the grand opening was in September, the 5 deaths people there, but the grand opening was in October as well. So who lured people there in October? Was the killer himself, or was it Dumet? If it was Dumet, then that means this happened twice already with Dumet, which doesn't make sense. Like, if I'm going to hold your kid hostage or your wife hostage, so that's probably what happened. The wife is probably dead. The wife was probably held hostage in October. Dumet was forced to bring people in October, but eventually she escaped or she died. We're not sure. Probably the same thing happened with Dumet. He ran on the boat with his wife, broken stilettos and everything. And then it happens again to Dumet. This killer kidnaps the daughter again, but that's a cliche. Why target the same guy over again? And why would Dumet not tell the police that this happened? So I can only speculate that it couldn't have happened to Dumet before with his wife. Otherwise, he would have just reported it to the police, and the daughter would have been safe, and the wife would have escaped, or the wife would have been dead. So this has to be the first time it's happening, because if it happened previously before with Dumet's wife, then that means the West, a dumbass, and never reported anything to the cops out of fear that something might happen to his daughter. Meth probably saw this coming and probably knew this was going to happen again, which means the Met's a dumbass, which means the story is a dumbass, if that's the case. So this has to be a first-time thing. It can't be anything associated with the wife whatsoever. The killer couldn't have done this more than once. This is probably the first time, because if he did it more than once, then Dumet is a complete moron. And the story is kind of stupid, because no one in the right mind would let this happen twice. No, this guy's an architect. He's not a moron. So, unless he truly is a moron. So, that's the explanation of what happened in October. Who lured him in October? Let's say the grand opening was in September, and the people did come there. Someone had to do the luring in October. And if it's Dumet, then Dumet's a dumbass, because he's doing it again right here. The killer can't use Dumet twice, and Dumet never squealed the first time to the police. Or if Dumet cannot assume that this wouldn't happen to him second time again. He had to have realized it would probably happen to him second time again if he didn't say anything. Because guess what? It did happen. If it happened to his wife, then Demet is dumbass because the killer took the daughter as well. So if that is the truth of what's happening and why Demet took off, then Demet's a complete moron and the story is sloppy. But if it isn't, and this is the first time, then someone had to lure those people in October. If September was the grand opening, if September wasn't the grand opening, then someone had to lower those people also in September. And it has to be someone that's not stated. So they have to be people like Demet that were bribed, or not even bribed, that was told that a kidnapping happened to a family member or someone related to them. And if you don't bring people here, they're going to die. So it had to be a separate person in September, and it had to be a separate person in October. It couldn't have been Demet the whole time. Because then that would be stupid. Why use the same guy multiple months? So I need to find out what happened in September and October. I swear, if it's Demet that's been here since the beginning, like, so this guy's this stupid, been doing this thing for months on end. Like, he didn't learn the lesson the first time in September and October. No, it can't be the case. There has to be multiple individuals that this person has done this to. Shouldn't say bribe, but she said more like, ransom note. Another thing, sometimes they get it wrong, sometimes they get it right. Like, this is another get it wrong situation. It's so dark here, you can't see what this person picked up. I know it's one of the coins, but the flashlight had to at least show their hands. It's completely stupid to not show. It's way too dark. Attention to details needed. I mean, it's not like these people are including builds and status effect and all type of stuff on mods, and it's not like a video game. So the least they could do is focus on what they're doing. I never understand these games and people. Like, why the hell you made these games? Like, if you're trying to make the games to give a realistic sense of game movie entertainment, you should at least polish up exactly that aspect and that aspect alone on what you're trying to do. You don't have to do stuff like mods and itemization and accessories and builds and all this. You're just focused on 2 or 3 things. The graphics of your game, more realistic than previous. The transitions with regards to decision makings. And 3, how people die. Decisions attached to how you succeed, how you make decisions, how you assist others, and the third one is how people die. Is it an interesting death? Is it a bad death? Is it not that good of a kill? Is it brutal? Is it weak? If the deaths are weak, then it's not that brutal of a horror story. If the decision making is weak, it's not that good of decision making game. And if obviously if it doesn't look real, then it's not that interesting either. And these are the three factors that are primary in all of Supermassive's games, the three main ones. Overall outcome of the story. And are the deaths interesting and appealing enough for you to continue and proceed forward and not be bored? Of course, the QTEs such as breathing and stuff are a factor, but the three main ones are those ones. Because if I breathe wrong, if I breathe right, if I'm caught because I was breathing wrong, or if I did it the right way, it's not as interesting as how you could get out of someone trying to kill you based on decision making. Or if you do die, is the death a brutal way? So, which affects that you making better decisions before. So it's more like, is the kill or the kills brutal with relations to horror and horror games? Two, or slasher games. Two, are decision making does the decision making affect the overall story or individuals related to the overall story? And three, are the graphic realistic to what's going on in the moment, or is it off? Because their games specifically deal with realistic environments and characters that look realistic in realistic environments. Though it can't be 100% real, otherwise they'll just make people act. But that's the selling point of their games. One of the selling points. Of the four, should I say, three are the main ones, and then the fourth one is quick time events. So all they really have to do is get down those four things. And fifth thing you could say is you figuring out stuff on your own by looking at secrets and looking at bearings. So technically, there are 5 in total that these people have to be good at. Nothing else. And that has been a staple throughout all their games. So it's not like they have more than 10 things they have to deal with. They typically only really have 5 things that they really have to invest their time and effort in. The reality of the character, the quick time events, the decision making, the blood and gore based on action, and the fifth one based on discovery and investigation. So they don't really have a lot to work with or a lot to complain about. The hardest thing they have to do is to make their environment and the characters look realistic and scenes play out like a movie. So let's say these people made a movie and then they upload it, and then they did the video game animation. It's a movie video game, Every game does a movie. Horizon Forbidden West did a movie. Doom did a movie. All games have stories, part of a campaign. All games do. So this game doesn't get like an award for doing a story-based game because all games do story-based games. This game, specific one, is more based on you interacting in the story. That's it. But every game does a story-based game. So they don't get props for story in their story-based game. They only get props for those 3 things and additional other 2 things, which are regarding to you investigating stuff and obviously the gore itself. Well, not the gore itself, but you investigating things and quick time events or breathing heavily. So those are 2 additional things. So technically there are only 5 things in this game. Now you could say there are more than 5 things because, you got bearings that shows here. But bearings typically don't mean much of anything. It just tells you Jeff was killed in the gas room. Maria necklace and ring were on display in the Met hotel. So the killer took and then put it on display based on the death of Jeff. Symbolism of his ring to what we saw related to them, these characters now that I'm playing with. What is it trying to tell me with regards to this? If I take that ring, am I going to get gassed in the gas chamber? Probably likely. It's trying to warn me of something. Or it's trying to say, if you don't take the ring, it's probably likely that you will be gassed in the gas chamber. Or it might basically means nothing. Maybe it means completely nothing. Maybe it's just a representation of, because you did this, this happened. But how would I know Jeff getting gassed in the gas room? It means that his ring will be on display within this hotel, his actual official ring. How would I have known that until I got up to the point where the ring was on display? You wouldn't know that. So the whole point of bearings, hold your bearings, because when someone says you keep your bearings up, don't be panicked, keep yourself together. That's what bearings means. Keep your bearings, keep yourself together. So under bearings, how would Jeff was killed in the gas room? Marie's necklace and ring were on display in the men's hotel. How is this part of how would this affect me keeping my bearings up? Other than me having to select this ring in order to survive getting gas. If this is part of me keeping my bearings, by me not selecting it, would I be keeping my bearings? Otherwise I die, or by me not selecting it, keeping my bearings and I die. So if you go into the profile of characters, if I'm not romantic, things go down for Aaron. If I'm not stubborn, then the story doesn't go the right way. So basically, all these traits with regards to Erin are necessary towards her survival. So if I don't perform these things or behave this way, and I go against her bearings, her bearings are maybe these her characteristic traits are part of her bearings. This is how she keeps her bearings up. So if I'm antagonistic, that's her keeping her bearings. If I'm witty, that's her keeping her bearings. If I'm stubborn, that's her keeping her bearings. If I'm romantic, that's her keeping her bearings. So, if I take that ring, would I be antagonistic? If I take that ring, no. If I take that ring, would I be witty? Probably, depending on what I'm trying to do. If I take that ring, would I be stubborn? Yes. If I take that ring, would I be romantic and then give it to the girl? I mean, if I give the ring to Jamie and being romantic, it's more likely that the same situation will happen to her that happened to Jeff. As we see the result of that. So bearings, if I was in a situation where I have to pick the ring, I must understand bearings of picking the ring can lead to someone getting gas. So I have to decide between romantic and being stubborn. So, yeah. So I have to know the type of person that doing decision making and what makes most logical sense. If it's with regards to Aaron, then it's probably a bad decision because Jeff gets killed. If it's a ring, if it's the ring with regards to someone else that I'm not romantically interested in, then it's fine. So yeah, that's how I see things. Now, if what I'm saying is true or not true, and I guess there's nothing in the game that makes sense. So if I was to take, say, the ring of Jeff, or the ring of Mary and necklace of Mary and give it to Aaron, because this girl's into Aaron, does that mean Aaron is going to die the way Jeff and his wife die. So, with regards to my character, does that mean that I cannot be romantic with Erin? Otherwise, she'll die. If I was to given the options to take that ring, so I have to make sure, based on who I'm interacting with and circumstance, that I keep my bearings. So, based on this game, it says bearings is part of premonitions. It's trying to tell you something. So, bearings is kind of like to keep yourself stern, or keep yourself abreast, or don't lose your composure. So if I keep my bearings and I don't give, like Erin, the necklace and the ring, someone, whether it's Erin or not, doesn't get gassed. But I'm not sure if that's how the story goes. For all I know, not giving her the ring, not being romantic, will lead to her death. Because these are her characteristic traits: romantic, stubborn, witty, and antagonistic. So I wouldn't say most like traits, more like character behaviors. But if I'm supposed to keep these up and become positive and use them when I'm supposed to use them, then that's part of who she is. That's part of her character, and part of keeping her bearings. All four of these. So if I'm to be stubborn, I cannot be stubborn to someone I'm romantic with, because then I'll lower the romance. If I'm to be stubborn, it has to be part of someone that I'm not romantic with. And if I'm to be antagonistic, it has to be with relations to someone that I don't feel comfortable being around. It has to be Kate or something. If I'm going to be witty, it has to be witty with someone like Mark or like Erin. It can't be Charlie or Kate. It has to be with relations to what I'm seeing here on the board. I mean, the game is physically telling you the type of people you're supposed to be friendly with and those who you're not supposed to be that friendly with. So Charlie is kind of like mid-level. So there are times when I'm supposed to be with Charlie, and times that I'm not supposed to be witty, supposed to be antagonistic and stubborn with Charlie. But with Kate, I'm supposed to be stubborn and antagonistic all the time, because he just don't like her. They just don't like each other. Or with Erin and with Mark, there's possible romance for those two, but it's more with Erin than anybody else. So yeah, so any person I'm connected with, or I'm running with, or I'll be with, I'll keep my bearings with regards to the type of traits related to them, and which one do I believe is most related to them on decision making. So I'm curious what that means. Does this mean this is a number to represent a specific room or a specific key or a number I'm supposed to access? Or does this mean the amount of people that have died in this place? If this actually is the amount of people who have died in this place, and that's a lot of people who've died, and that's more than just September, October, or the grand opening, or the skeleton crew that died late. There's a lot of, someone has been doing this for a long time. Or if this represents the amount of people homes have killed, which isn't true, because the historians say it wasn't no 180. So 180 has to be something, probably can't be related to death. It has to be something else. Maybe a code, 0180.
Might be time to join the 21st century, guys.
Alright, so this was November 17, 2017. We now got the day of the grand opening. This was in November. So there was death in September and was death in October. So this is grand opening was way before the time frame of those deaths. Let me check that book on table again. Let's see here. That's what I thought. So all the deaths that happened last year. Or continued deaths started to happen last year. The first couple of deaths happened after or during the making of this building, or after the making. But the skeleton crew dying by the lake. That was probably in 2017. I have to go back and look at that document because I can't see it within my inventory, which is completely stupid. So since 2017, there was no deaths. But then the deaths start to continue again. They couldn't have been that way because she was sent a letter to state that, to express apologies for the death of the skeleton crew of last year, I believe. So that was probably 2016. and the grand opening was 2017. So he invited her for the grand opening of 2017. Whoever this guy is, probably before they met. And if she had showed up, she probably showed up with 5 people as well. So the first deaths were the skeleton crew, after they probably finished building the place. Next deaths were probably the woman and her people she brought there for the grand opening, hoping things turn out fine, and they end up dying as well. I'm assuming that's probably what happened. And this was all in 2017, probably all in 2016, 2017. So 5 years later, 4 or 5 years later, in 2022, that started to happen again. So why take a huge 5-year gap from starting to kill people again? Did the person have to wait so that all the murders of the skeleton crew and the woman that probably showed up for grand opening, or people that showed up for grand opening, gets washed over for 5 years? Had to go in hiding for 5 years. Now, almost was recorded to not stay in the same place at the same time, so it'd be if it's the grand opening of this place, then I don't see how, if it was an investigation to what happened to those people in this place, that would make sense that this place is closed down. But it won't make sense that this person started to kill again 5 years later in September and October, and the cops never came to investigate again continued after 5 years plus, or 4 years plus, and then the same thing started happening at the same facility. So if this was the actual grand opening place, and there were deaths before, and there are deaths again in September and October, the cops would have definitely blocked this place off from anyone ever doing anything here ever again, and anyone who trespass would automatically have indication into the police station of some type of camera or some type of security here for the remaining period, or some type of thing, some type of alarm to signal police to come to this location where it's 5, 6, 7. This would be a hot spot if it was the same location. So even if the killer was smart enough to take down any type of indication for police could come back to this location, the cops will automatically be alarmed or informed by this moving devices that the person had put up, if this is the same place that those people died at the lake. So that's the only thing I have with regards to what's going on. If this is the same location, you tell me no one has actually put safety precautions here from the local police authority, or no one thought that, something happened 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, and now they're happening again September, October. So if this is the same place, that whole building of the structure is a totally different area. The spa and whatever hotel that we're doing is a totally different area from here. This is a new location. This person basically kept information with regards for the various different locations they had up previously at various different areas. So if this is a killer that actually did this 4 or 5 years ago at a different location, they're now taking this information and put it inside this building as part of the mystique of what they're doing for this area, which is completely psychotic. But if it's not the case, and this is just inclusion of information into the game for this location, it's the same location from those people who build it, then there's something off about the game completely. Because there's no way the police would have not investigated this place 4 or 5 years ago. And then after that started happening in September and October again. But no one had come here in September or in October to investigate the same location where an incident happened 4 or 5 years ago. not think that there's something suspicious about this place, or put safety precautions or safety guards with regards to anyone who might decide to use this place, and not realize that whatever was happening 4 or 5 years ago is associated with homes, and whatever's happening in September, October is associated with homes. So yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing that has to be explained with regards to this game. Otherwise, I call bullshit. And the people who make this game aren't good at telling stories whatsoever, or using their heads. I mean, House of Ashes story wasn't that good to begin with. Little Hope story was okay. Man the Band story was terrible. So these people really aren't good at telling stories. They just slowly improve gradually over time. The Quarry story was good. Until Dawn story was good. But those weren't attached to Anthology. So whoever is in charge of the story of the Anthology is stupid as hell. And if the same people who were in charge of making the story for Quarry and for Until Dawn, all I gotta say is, like, what the hell? That the word Anthology, like, means they're supposed to write fucked up script. And if it's not attached to Anthology, it means they could write good script. That's the dumbest thing ever. But you see what I'm saying? If in realism, when you're picking something out of a dark drawer or a dark corner or anything that's dark in a dark room, you don't take off the flashlight. You keep the flashlight on so you could see what it is you're doing. See, this character takes off the goddamn flashlight in a dark room and then takes a notebook out of a book. So I'm at 5.7 with regards to this. I was at a 5.7 with regards to the game. And then I gave it a 5.8 simply for interior design. That looks good. What the hell? Alright, let's try this again. Pull it out. Okay. I mean, you won't look at this document in this dark room with the, very, very thin, cool light. That's what this is. The cool light is coming from somewhere. Emergency lighting in the room, probably. You would use your flashlight to see better the document that you're looking at. You won't turn off your flashlight. So I was at a 5.8. Now I got to knock it back down to 5.7 again. Every single gameplay I seem to find discrepancies with regards to this game. It's like completely stupid. It's like they lowered the budget, but not just the budget for graphics and everything else, but budget for common sense thinking as well. Like they gave you additional stuff. It's like everything they give you additional based on complaints or based on essentials or based on whatever they found from the previous game that was bad. They gave it to you in order to satisfy you when you're playing this game that went wrong in House of Ashes. But by doing that, they also took away certain things, such as characters being smart enough to not keep their flashlight on when they're looking at documents, or characters flipping over coins, and at one end of the coin it looked like they're holding coins. At the other end of the coin it looked like the coin is stuck to their finger. It's like they quickly went over this game without 100% looking at it completely. Like they went over it once to check it once, see if it runs good, and then went over it twice to see if everything looks good, not just run good. and then went over it a third time to see if they missed any discrepancies that might affect the overall game. And that's it. They didn't went over it for a logical thing that makes sense. They only went over it for three things. One, no bugs. Two, anything that they left off that they thought they didn't leave off. And three, anything that doesn't make sense to them that they believe players might be bitchy or antsy about. So whoever went over this for things that they believe that might not be realistic and make sense, they missed a lot of things. One, keeping a goddamn flashlight on when you're looking at documents in a dark room. And yes, I understand the fact that they gave you the text to the side, but the text to the side has nothing to do with the character. The character isn't seeing. You're playing the role of the character looking at the documents as well. So is the game telling me the character that you're playing doesn't give a shit about the flashlight and looking at the documents clearly to see what's on the document? Because the only thing that matters is you, the person playing it, and what you see and what you're reading is what matters. That the logic of the character doesn't matter. They don't pay attention to these things. It's called attention to detail for a reason. Like, people who make Supermassive is, I believe, a mediocre video game company. Like, the greatest game they made was Until Dawn, and the closest game to that was The Quarry. That's it. All the other games have been failures, or they've just been okay. I don't know what would get them to realize they have to step up the logical video game aspect of their film game. I mean, if they truly are just trying to make a movie, an interactive movie, they have to be better at it. See, that's the thing with regards to people.
Great. Into the creepy maintenance room in the creepy hotel on the creepy island to shoot a doc about serial killers all alone and without my stun gun. Choices, Jamie. Make better choices. This is your own damn fault. Thank God. Something from this century.
in one try. So now power's back on. So now my girl Erin is no longer in a dark room. So cause a turn and succeed at the power. So she should be able to see where she's going. But that premonition shows her. Shows her dying in a lit room or a dark room. That looks like a dark room, not a lit room. So if the power's back on, then doors that can be electrically open.
Attention. This is a severe weather storm warning for the Greater Lakes area. High winds and heavy rainfall are expected by 10 p.m. Central Time. Repeat. This is a severe weather storm warning for the Greater Lakes area. High winds and heavy rainfall are expected by 10 p.m. Central Time. Repeat.
Yeah, I know what that is. That's this. 10 p.m. That's what that is. At 10 p.m. At 10 p.m. someone is going to probably try to escape on a boat, which is then going to... At 10 p.m. someone's going to try to escape on a boat and crash into a rock because the lighthouse isn't working. So I have to try to prevent anyone from leaving this island around 10 p.m. or trying to escape on a boat if it's around 10 p.m. Because if I get on a boat around 9, there's no way the game can jump all the way to like 10 p.m. when there's a severe storm. But then that just says that they've been in a boat for a full hour and haven't reached island yet, or land yet. So I'm interested to know how that part of the story is going to play out. See, that's why I'm not taking it away from them getting rid of the flashlight searching or the cell phone searching like they did in previous games. It's because this time they included the look up, look down feature instead of using the flashlight or the cell phone. So they kind of learned their lesson and realized it took them 3 games to get their shit together, but it took them that long just to realize something that simple. I know they wanted to be creative, but if you're going to look up with a flashlight or a cell phone, the right analog stick, if you're using a controller, has to also follow up what you're looking up towards. It can't just be the light itself. And the character, from a third point perspective, at a certain distance, when you look up at things, they should be able to zoom in. If you're using a flashlight cell phone. So they were able to fix that. here it is. The 5 people to test the hotel out on. The very first 5, should I say. Probably all the way back in 2017. Well, when was this? Yeah, Mr. Clark. Still trying to figure out who Clark is. March 25th, 2017. Because for information, once you receive arrange for replacement of crown. Yeah, I read this before. I didn't look at the back. So when did this replacement crew show up? When did they show up? Probably in April, since this is all the way in March 25th. Or maybe a couple of days after, maybe say 2 days after. Let's see, still in March. So in March 2017, these 5 people, the skeleton crew of the original contractors died because he tested out the spa at the lake on them, or the hotel on them, and they died. The remaining crew died at the lake. So Laura was an electric site prep, engineer, permit logistics, excavation, and demolition. So Frank is like kind of like Jamie here as the engineer. Sound and camera. It's like Aaron, who's mostly like Laura. Permanent logistics, environment, others. Jesse's probably like Kate. Monica, permanent logistics, is probably like Mark. Or Ryan is probably like Mark. And no, Jesse is probably like Charlie. And Monica is probably like Kate. Or it doesn't really matter at all. What does matter is these 5 people probably have things that are necessary for my survival. Since Ryan demolition and excavation, I might be able to find bombs based on his death site. Or since Frank is an engineer, might be able to find things left by Frank. All right. Well, it doesn't say Jamie here is curious, so I shouldn't investigate that noise. She's more antagonistic and stubborn. But antagonistic and stubborn has nothing to do with not investigating the noise. Kind of stubborn it kind of is. And she's the most adamant of not being here. So I'll leave that noise alone. In reality, I don't want her to go into that room since she's not the type that's willing to agree with such things. Well, I already did this. So I'm going to ignore that room and proceed forward since I got the lights on. Good. That's locked. The lights are on. Maybe I could meet up with the rest of the people. Did I miss anything in here since the lights are on now? So now I could turn on my flashlight. I mean, my stage light. Okay, I can't go this way. Wait a minute. So you're telling me I have no choice but to go this way? That's what it seems like to me. I have no choice but to go the way the story is telling me to go. So what's the point of making choices if you have no choice but to go away it's telling you to go? If I'm supposed to make decisions to keep these people alive, then why do I have to go in this room? All the doors are closed, so I'm forced to come into this room. But I don't need to investigate the noise, so let me open the door.
Where's a PA when you need one? Gotta be smarter than the chair box.
Yeah. Where the hell is everyone?
It's a two-person job to pull Kate away from her mirror.
Alright, so I believe I have to not be an asshole when it comes to Charlie and to Kate. So as much as I'm antagonistic and stubborn when it comes to Charlie and Kate, I believe they can survive better if I'm less of an asshole to them. They're at least likely they're not going to listen to me if in a heated situation. So I have to make them like me.
Hey, sorry if I stirred shit up at dinner. I didn't mean for it all to end up on you.
Don't worry, I get it. I'm the boss. Angst rolls uphill. Forget about it.
Cool.
So because I chose that, now stubborn turns into witty. So now I gotta remove antagonistic. But if I remove antagonistic and put romantic, then Charlie goes up. I'm into Charlie. That don't make sense. I don't want to be into Charlie. But I gotta get rid of antagonistic, so I have to be into Charlie.
Thanks. What the hell?
Hey, help! Somebody help me! I can't see a thing! Guys, please!
Aaron?
I can't get the door open! Get me out!
Okay, we're right here.
Calm down, Erin. It's all right.
Alright, I don't want her to be curious. Because maybe her curious nature will get her killed. So I shouldn't have. But if I didn't select the decision to be rational, timid but definitely there, and which will make her weak.
Aaron? It's okay. We're right here. You're not hurt, are you?
Okay, she's basically saying I need my inhaler. And she's panicking. I need my inhaler. And she's panicking. If she takes her inhaler and squeezes her inhaler now, she stops panicking. But if she just doesn't take her inhaler, she will continue to panic.
I need my inhaler.
Setting an asthma attack. What's your room number?
Hurry!
Where's your room?
Next to mine, down the long hallway to you.
Aaron, I'm going. Try to breathe.
secure, but now she's insecure. But the other one is requesting them to hurry to open the door. How is that insecure? If I request them to hurry to open the door, that's panicking. Her requesting for her inhaler, that's not panicking, that's being logical. So in a situation she's now timid and weak, by her making a logical decision, rather than making a panicky one, that doesn't make sense.
Slow and easy. Aaron, feel around. Look for a latch, a hinge, anything. We need to break through this thing.
That
Guys!
doesn't make no goddamn sense. That makes no sense whatsoever. Like, if you're in a situation where you're panicking, your breath will increase and the asthma will get worse. So I chose the decision to, I need the inhaler, which is that supposed to mean I'm panicking? But the other decision is about, get me the hell out of here, is being determined and aggressive, which is also a form of panicking. So how the hell will anyone knows which one is panicking? So I have to make her aggressive all the time for her to survive,
I can't.
Go and look for something to knock this door down.
rather than logical.
Who's there? Get away from me! Help! Don't!
This is so stupid. I took the decisions to make a decision. I made decisions for this character to do things opposite her behavior. Like if she's timid and she goes for the inhaler, it's most likely he'll grab her and stab her. But by attacking him with the syringe, he used the syringe and killed her. Took the syringe off his body and kills her with the syringe. So what? I wasn't supposed to attack him. I was supposed to be timid. Like, isn't the whole idea of the character surviving is not to be like themselves? Like for them to make decisions to survive. Like if she was being diplomatic, like am I supposed to behave the way the character is supposed to behave? So let me look at this. Let me look at this from a logical point of view. I'm trying to assess these people's game for them. That makes sense. So is the game telling me, depending on the type of character they are, they're supposed to pick exact thing relating to what they are, rather than what will make them survive? So attacking him will not make them survive, will make him attack back. But if I was supposed to behave timid, like a scared mouse, I'm more likely to survive by not attacking him? Let's see. Let's see. I need to see. Oh, it doesn't matter. Wait a minute, it does matter. It's always reload the onion. So I need to see. I don't give a damn about the result. I need to see what the hell is going on. Like, are the traits of my characters, doesn't mean that the trait of I have to be assholes to people. I can't change their fate. Like, if I am to be I can't believe this shit, man. Do I have to go all the way here? So I need to make sure of this. I need to make sure of this. So I made decisions that were, first decision was not to be panicked and not to say, get me the hell out of here, to think about my inhaler. But then timid pop up, which makes me weak. Something about inhaler, which was the opposite and make no sense towards someone who's calm and complacent. You would make logical decisions rather than panic decisions. So that was wrong on my sense. Like, so the game says, no, thinking about your inhaler is panicking, not you, being saying, open the damn door. Like, open the damn door is panicking more than being calm and cool. So that doesn't make any sense. And then making this decision to want to grab an inhaler from someone standing in front of you, closing the gap and making yourself get closer to someone's bad. Whereas in attacking them with a syringe, they might not see that coming, which makes more sense. But the game, based on their assessment, says she gets killed by a syringe. So she had a syringe in her hand. So I knew that the syringe in her hand was what killed her. But what I don't know is that if I didn't attack him with the syringe, was he going to take the syringe out of my hand regardless? There's no way. You have to assess based on a person's characteristic. So I was supposed to be timid the whole time with this girl and not attack this guy at all. That was the whole idea. So with Jamie, I'm supposed to be an asshole with Jamie and not do the things opposite Jamie. And same as Kate, and same as Mark, and same as Charlie. I'm not supposed to try to make them survive. I'm supposed to make them behave like assholes, like what their characteristics and their traits says. they're supposed to behave like the way they're supposed to behave in order. So Erin is supposed to be a timid piece of shit so she could survive rather than someone who's, take a chance for an opportunity to survive. Is that what this game is telling me? Okay, I guess he's dead.
Help!
So here's the thing, like, he always had an inhaler. So if I said, open the goddamn door, she still would be in a panic. So open the goddamn door would just increase her aggression. It doesn't matter.
Don't!
I don't see how this would make any sense whatsoever. The game is telling me that she's supposed to behave like her traits states. She's supposed to behave like a timid person, like a weakling. And how can they force a door open? How can they force a door open
Where the fuck is she?
if they can
Not here.
if they can't force a door
no one in
open
here.
when you're
Where
walking
is she?
around the building? Shut the fuck up. This game is getting me angry. Like, how can they force a door open if when you're playing the game and you're moving the characters around, they can't get the goddamn door open? But they can only get the door open when the game says you're supposed to get the fucking door open. Like, then this game is completely linear. If this game keeps going down this path, this is one of their worst games. If it keeps going down this path. I mean, I understand how she got stabbed with the syringe. She attacked the guy. The syringe got stuck on the guy because she attacked the guy. But if she didn't attack the guy and went straight for the inhaler, there's no guarantee that he would push her away from not grabbing the inhaler. So is the game telling me the only way he got the syringe is because she attacked him? So she was supposed to behave like a weakling the whole time? So the traits of each of these individuals means that I'm supposed to exactly behave how their traits say I'm supposed to behave? Like, if the trait indicates you're supposed to be a bitch, like if it says timid, my decision that I'm supposed to make is supposed to be a timid one? And like, if the game is telling you what you're supposed to be like, and then you make the decision, then it's not your fucking decision. The game is telling you to select what it says that the character is supposed to do. You're not actually logically selecting it. It's telling you that that's the decision you're supposed to make. And if you don't make it, they die. So it's not really your decision. It's already predetermined.
Erin?
Fucking get
Erin!
me on my nerves.
Then she found a way out. There must be a door or a hatch or something.
So, here's the thing. I don't think it was this bad in House of Ashes. When it comes to making decisions and selecting things, I don't think it was this bad in House of Ashes. Or maybe I wasn't paying attention in House of Ashes and it was this bad. But I don't think it was this bad in House of Ashes because a lot of things they fixed in this one, they also took away in House of Ashes. Or maybe they did fix a lot of things, and the only thing that's really bad is just the story is just slow. That's why it feels like it's bad. Maybe they fix a lot of things in House of Ashes, and the story is just slow. That's why everything feels so bad, because the story is slow. And the characters are not that interesting. I think that's the main reason what's going on here. Because the story is slow, and the characters aren't that interesting, and the characters simply aren't that interesting simply because of how the story is set up. Like, when they showed the original trailer for Devil and Me, it was great, and I was on board 100%. But how a story is cut and set and panned and paced is determined if the story is good. It's going slow. It's cut bad. the intro of the story, how the characters were in the room watching a movie, how they behaved and interacted with each other, the environment, what they were saying, what they were doing, how they were doing it. The story is not that good, and how those stories led to the mansion and them getting inside of the mansion and speaking to the Met. Those things aren't done good. It would have been better if they were all kidnapped and then all of them are popped up on the island for some godforsaken reason. One day they just showed up on the island and some battle royale shit. That would be more interesting rather than them just show up to the island. What is this guy wanna? Why isn't this kind of weird? That's boring as shit. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I tried to keep this character alive based on what makes logical sense. But the game says you can't keep this character alive based on logical sense. You have to adhere to their weakness and their strengths and their faults. If faults is in the foreground, they have to make decisions based on faults. If strength is in the foreground, they have to make decisions based on strength. If weakness is in the foreground, they have to make decisions based on weakness. So I have to follow the blueprint of what they are in order to survive, rather than make decisions like a logical person in a logical situation will make decisions, rather than adhere to what makes logical decisions to a weakling or to a strong person. Like, she's supposedly to be the weak person of them all, so she had to make decisions based on her being weak, rather than making decisions based on her taking charge of the situation that she's in and think logically, successfully, how to survive. Now, attacking someone who's in front of you with a syringe wasn't such a good idea in my sense. But I was trying to do the opposite of her behavior in order to keep her alive, rather than adhere to her behavior for her to stay alive. So apparently, anything that's contrary to what that person is, that person will die. If Jamie is antagonistic and I do something that's not antagonistic, Jamie's going to die. If Mark does something that's against Mark's character, Mark is going to die. So I was supposed to obviously be a timid piece of shit with Aaron. That's the reason why Aaron died. So in the premonition, it shows here, stabbed by something out of the syringe. He stabbed her with the syringe which he had. But where did she get the syringe from? She found it on the table, I guess. Alright, so I guess I could say that's my bad because I didn't make a decision based on this person's behavior, that I have to adhere to the game's rules. That's another thing why I don't like this game. I'm starting to not like this game. I like this probably less than House of Ashes. I'm starting to like it less than House of Making it. I'm selecting to not choose what the game is telling me based on what makes common sense in order for the character to survive. Well, apparently, a timid person in an aggressive situation won't attack someone, or anyone in an aggressive situation won't attack someone. Basically, that's what the game is trying to say. Logically, no one would attack someone who's aggressive after them. But why would someone go to grab an inhaler knowing that that person might reach out and grab their arm anyway? So both decisions are bad. So I decided to do the opposite of what the game wanted me to do. So that's why I made the decision. So no more doing that. No more doing that. No more making decisions.
Ah. There you are.
No more making decisions. No more making decisions. No more. No more making decisions that are contradictory in total, not just contradictory in total to what that character is. If it pops up in their menu, this is what they are, who they are, the way they are. That's what I'm going to do. If someone is timid decisions are going to be made. Someone is aggressive decisions are going to be made. If someone dies because they're being aggressive, then why the fuck is that in there, even in their trait box?
I wonder how Jamie will take the news. Just
Shut the
when they
fuck
seem
up,
to
man.
recognize how they
This
felt
game, how
about
it's set
each
up in the story, is weak.
Now, where's our wayward host, Mr. Dumet? Apparently, he's
This is the
left
first
the
time I'm
island.
really getting angry
How
at a
very
Dark Pictures
rude
game.
not to stay for...
This is the first time I'm really getting angry at Dark Pictures game. And I think I'm really getting angry simply because they've made 3 of these games now, and they're still bad at it. They've made 3 of these games, and this is their 4th game, and they're still bad at the anthology. I mean, like, what in the living fuck? Who is the person in charge of making these stories? It has nothing to do with Aaron dying. I don't care about that. It's everything compiled together, and Aaron dying is what's letting the water flow above the jug, or letting the water spill over the jug. It's all the bullshit from the first playthrough, part 1, all the way to now, that's filling up that jug slowly. And it's not, the water's not being poured out or drained out as it's being pulled out properly. There are more bad things that are happening in the game that doesn't make sense compared to the good ones. The good aren't outweighing the bad ones. That's what I'm trying to say. The good are not outweighing the bad. The bads are outweighing the goods. Me making a bad decision by stabbing him, that's 100% my fault. But opening drawers and not turning on flashlights, and people and running finally being in the game when it should have been in the game from the very beginning, even though it said, well, that has nothing to do with past games. Yes, it does. Them just putting it in here is them saying, we're finally listening to you. That pissed people off. That's a factor to be considered in the game as well, because now they decided to do something which they should have done a long time ago. That's something else filling up the jar. And then a guy going on by a light tower, on a high light tower, but he's afraid of heights. And the story of these people putting away their cell phones and not finding this to be strange, of having something on the side to record, doesn't feel like real. Like they all feel like they've just met each other for about a week or a month, but they knew each other longer. And then there's the graphics of the game, which look like they lowered the budget of the graphics of the game as well. I don't know. I don't know. I'm really starting to get pissed off because this game, if it wasn't for the claustrophobia and the paranoia, and the fact that they fixed the game of you using your cell phone and flashlight to look up and down and get rid of that totally, and now you can actually look up and down. Like, why does it take them 3 games to fix something in their 4th? Like, come on, man. But I'm gonna calm down. Like Erin's death was simply, the last straw. That's why I'm starting to get upset. Like, it added to that. I was trying to fix the situation by not adhering to the rules or stupidity of the game. That's predetermined. I was trying to fix the predetermined. But everything is predetermined, from you can't opening doors to you have to walk a certain way, to you can't going back and say, I'm not going to investigate that noise. No, the game says you are going to go and investigate that noise in that room. Like, I didn't fully investigate the noise. I ignored it and opened the door, and there was Charlie. Right? The game is pointing you in a direction, so you don't really have a choice when it comes to what you have to do.
Dinner.
So let's continue.
Charlie managed to rally the troops, though, and a good thing. The road ahead is full of challenges. I can only observe, and it can be frustrating to watch. In some ways, I envy you. I only record events. You get to shape them. You'd better get back to...
See, that's bullshit. He only records events. I get to shape them. I ain't shaping a damn thing. I ain't shaping a damn thing. Because if I'm actually shaping an event, if I want to walk and ignore something, I should be able to walk and ignore something. But if the game says you have to interact with this to proceed the story forward, then it's not me shaping the event. It's telling me in order for the story to proceed forward, you have to interact with this thing. So I'm not really shaping anything. When it comes to whether a person die in a quick time event or in a decision moment, there you could say I could shape it. I could either do nothing or I could make a decision. But for everything else other than decision makings, such as QTE or interacting with an enemy or a friend, anything besides those two things aren't shaping events whatsoever. So this is what I'm going to do from now on. I'm not going to make any damn decisions, or I'm not going to make the exact decisions that the game, based on the characters and their traits. Nothing else. No decisions or exact decisions. No contradictions of what I think they should survive, what way I believe they should. I'm just going to play the game out the way the game wants me to play, not the way I want to play the goddamn game. So what was now a 5.7 is now a 5.6. Because I don't believe I'm playing the game I want to. I believe I'm playing the game it's predetermined telling me that I should play it. That only thing that I am actually deciding and selecting on my own is two things. Whether I want to interact with quick time events or whether I want to make a decision to make someone do something. Those are the only two things that I'm deciding on. Everything else is not my decision. So the game is a half truth and a half lie. That's not bad. And that's not good either. But in my situation, I'm going to drop this down to a 5.6. The bads are outweighing the goods. Not good at all. Not good at all.
Things before one of our friends makes a poor choice on their own.
Where the hell is she?
She's got to be around here somewhere. She has to be.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a simple explanation.
This place is like a maze. She's just turned around somewhere
And screaming her ass off? You all heard her. Something bad has happened.
You don't know that.
Bullshit. You just don't want to let the shoot go, Charles. I, on the other hand, have no problem with that. Something is very not right here. Let's just find Aaron and get the hell off this island.
Everyone relax, okay? Just give me a second to think.
Excuse you.
And exit stage left, our oh so confident and sure leader.
What was that?
Charlie is thinking, which looks a lot like a temper tantrum.
Maybe he's right. If we don't crush this episode, we're all screwed.
Are you kidding me?
What? I'm just
I've
saying.
been waiting on you for ages to actually make a decision about something. Anything. And now this is when you suddenly choose to take a stand?
So the show is more important than the fact Aaron is missing? No way, Mark, come on.
We find her and we leave.
You're jumping to conclusions.
Mark, I don't know what's made the two of you suddenly swap perspectives, but Kate is right.
If the show goes down, we're all screwed.
Yeah, don't care. I'm gonna find Aaron.
Right. Here's the plan.
We've already got a plan. It's leaving.
Just listen. Look, let's just crack on with things. I'm gonna go and find Dumet and square everything with him. I'm thinking after standing us up for dinner, I can guilt him into doing an interview.
So Erin is on her own?
She'll show up.
Bravo, Charles. Your delusions make for such great plans.
Demet left. I saw it, remember?
Maybe he's back now.
Maybe he's not.
Would it kill you to think positively just once?
I guess as far as Charlie ideas go, it's not the worst he's ever had.
It's not even the worst idea I've had this evening.
Don't go patting yourself on the back. I still think your priorities are fucked.
Whatever. I'm going.
I'm coming with you. We're gonna run around looking for Demet. Maybe we'll find Erin, too.
I don't care what he says. I'm done. I'm getting my shit together.
Kate.
I'm leaving, Mark. You coming or not?
All right, so here's the situation. I understand Charlie's position. If he doesn't get the money for this, their little studio, their LLC, goes kaput, and they either go bankrupt or they have to struggle again. So they're trying to keep things afloat. That's from Charlie's point of view. From Kate and from Jamie's point of view, they didn't want to come here to begin with because Dumet and this place is creepy, and it's weird to them that Dumet took off, and it's also weird to them now, especially that, Erin is missing. So even if this is all a joke in, Dumet's head, and this is a hotel, and they're not having any of it because they're not interested in the bizarre behavior of this place. So it's really up to the type of people that you're with to see. Charlie is thinking things from a positive point of view, as well as Mark, because they need the money. Whereas Kate and Jamie are thinking things from a logical point of view. Even though we need the money, we could get it by doing things that are more safe, more secure, and not more suspicious. Charlie is doing things from a desperation point of view, as well as Mark is doing things from a desperation point of view. They desperately need the money, so they're desperately not thinking. So what happens when they find Erin dead? So maybe it was a good thing that Erin died, because once they find out that Erin is dead, then they'll get the hell off the island. But I know this game, and I know all the anthology games. They're not going to find her dead. They're going to die before they find her dead. And the last person amongst the 5 of them is probably, or the last 2 people amongst the 5 of them, are going to find the dead bodies of the 3 towards the end of the game. That's when they're going to be found, not right now. So if the game is truly different from the others, they will find Erin right now. But I'm calling it right now. They're not going to find her body now. Because if they do, all I'm going to do is make all the decisions for them to get the hell off the island and nothing for them to stay here. Which means the game is not going to allow it, because the game wants you to do things its way, because the game is a predetermined game. As much as it says it's your decision, it's guiding you in a predetermined path. And only decisions that you made are decisions based on the predetermined path that you made. So the path is predetermined. The decision on the predetermined path is up to you. So I have no choice on the path and the story, but I have choice on what angle, what road to take on the predetermined path. So there are forks in the road. There are 3. The not decision, the bad decision, good decision. 3. But no matter which one I choose, it will follow the path of that road. And the story will follow it as well, off that road. So it's still predetermined anyway. It's not like if I choose the bad path, all of a sudden I could make decisions to go back on the good path. I don't think it'll work that way whatsoever. I think once I choose the bad path, it'll give me nothing but bad decisions, or bad path decisions. It won't give me good and or neutral path decisions anymore. I would have to recover from that path to put it back on the good path, which would make sense. That seems logical, but not really. If I know anything about this game, there is no bad path and good path or neutral path. All paths are the same. It's only decision within the moment that's different. But the path for the story will probably still be the same no matter what. And that's the bad thing about this game. If I don't see it coming and I thought that's totally different, then I would change my mind. But I believe it's the same. I believe the paths are all the same. No matter if you make good or bad decisions, the path will still be the same. Just who will survive and who won't survive is going to be different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, genius. Where are we going to look first for the Met?
I'm not looking for Dumet. I'm scouting for shots. If he pops up along the way, great.
Aaron has disappeared. How can you not care about that?
I can care about more than one thing at a time.
Wow. You know, working this job has made me really understand what a sociopath is.
Well, our show is educational.
Asshole.
See, predetermined. I can't open this door unless the game says it's time for me to open the door. If I really wanted to bust that door down, I would bust it down. That's not the game.
What the fuck is happening, Charlie?
So right now, careless and determined is in the foreground. So I'm going to make careless decisions because it says careless is what I'm supposed to do. But I'm going to make determined decisions because I'm going to make more determined decisions than careless decisions. This is this guy's character. He's careless, he's cynical, he's overbearing, he's determined. That's who he is. And all decisions are going to make based on this. I deviated from this with Aaron, and I paid the price. I'm not going to deviate from this. So if I make a careless decision and he died, I'm going to say, what the fuck is the point of him having these characteristics if I'm not supposed to deviate from them? Or if I am supposed to deviate from them? Because Timid was there when Aaron had that syringe in his hand, and I didn't go timid, I went aggressive. So if I had timid and wait straight for the inhaler, that was the good decision. So if careless is by itself in an aggressive situation, and I make careless decision and I still die, I'm going to start questioning this whole fucking game from beginning to end.
What happened here?
No idea.
Okay, so this is the moment where Charlie should be saying, "Let's get the fuck out of here." Everything is damaged in here.
Can you hear me?
Can you warn me before you start shouting?
Cured. Blood trail. Noises. So I'm trying to figure out something else out. Found an opportunity. Opportunity, is that the name of the lighthouse or the name of the area where the lighthouse was? And this one says found an island. Found this on the island that I'm on, that this mansion is on. That makes sense. This one says found blood trail. Is this a blood trail? Is this found on a blood trail? Is there a blood trail here? There is no goddamn blood trail here.
I'm starting to freak out.
We barely looked.
Yeah,
Shut
but
up.
she's been gone a long time now.
Now this is says found in blood trail. Now, is it trying to say that the body is found in a blood trail? The body of the person that, body of one of these characters is going to be found in a blood trail. And the body of one of these characters, like Erin's body was found in noises. Found in a room where noises can't be sound. That makes sense. Okay, so the damage of this person's body was found in a room where there was noises. The damage of this person's body was found in a room where there's a blood trail. The damage of this person's body was found on an island, and the damage of this person's body was found in a place on rocks. The damage of this person's body was found an opportunity to escape. Okay, so the deaths will happen. This death of this Charlie will happen when he's in a place where there's a blood trail. Or he is the blood trail. And he's stabbed. And the death of her happened in a room, in a place where there are no noises, or there are no sounds. But it doesn't matter where the place is, because it's not about the place. It's not about the place. It's about them getting stabbed, the way they're dying. How did they die? This person got stabbed in the neck. It's not the location, it's how they got killed. How to prevent it. This person got stabbed by a syringe in the neck. How to prevent this person from getting stabbed by a syringe in the neck. How to prevent this person from getting stabbed by a knife in the gut, on the floor. Did they slip on the blood trail? I don't see how. So in this situation, he took the syringe from her and stabbed her with the syringe. So is Charlie going to have a knife and the killer's going to take the knife from Charlie and stab him with the knife that he found in the blood trail? So is Charlie not supposed to pick up a knife? What is he stabbing Charlie with? Looks like a meat cleaver. Cured. It's called cured. So Charlie dies in meat packing, in a meat packing room or something like that, by a meat cleaver. All right, so avoid a meat packing room or avoid blood trail, because let's say the bad guy chases him and the blood trail, he has two paths, the blood trail, so he's supposed to avoid the blood trail for him to survive. All right, that's what I'm going with.
For all we know, she and Dumet are...
And since he's careless, if careless pop up when it comes to his death, see, this is what I don't get. If he's careless and there's actually a blood trail, he's going to slip on the blood trail and he's going to die. But if timid pops up just like Aaron did, if I don't make timid decisions, then he dies. So I have to make careless decisions.
outside having a
I'll
smoke.
get it.
She has asthma. She's not smoking.
You know what I mean. We'll find her.
Wait, what? What the hell?
Hey, I found Dumet's business card. Huh? No power.
Why is there no power? And why is the light still off? I just turned on the switch with the girl. The girl turned on the switch. Jamie turned on the switch. Why the hell is there no power? She went and fixed the whole damn thing. Makes no damn sense. I turn the power on, but the power only comes on at certain places, but not inside of the whole building. So what was the sense of the power? So here's the thing. If I go back into that area and the power's off again, that means there was no point in turning the power back on. Which means, like I said, following a predetermined path has nothing to do with decisions.
Jamie, over here.
Okay, yeah, I'm freaking the fuck out.
It's just blood.
Just blood? Are you kidding me?
You're jumping to conclusions.
Or maybe this is from Aaron.
Stop it. You always assume the worst. All we know is something was dragged along this way and it was bleeding.
And that's not a cause for concern to you?
All right, it's a little odd.
Odd.
What do you want me to say? Look, it's probably just Dumet or the groundskeeper dragging in some dead animal from outside. Maybe it's our dinner.
Yo, Charlie is the biggest, dumbest motherfucker on the planet. He's so desperate for cash, he's willing to do anything. I wouldn't be surprised if he started requesting crack and cocaine just to cope. Yeah, if this dude dies, I ain't worried about it. He's like the dumbest director ever. Like, he see blood on the floor. He won't question why the people who are in charge of the building, whether it's the groundskeeper or otherwise, are so, you know, pathetic about how they keep their place clean and drag blood on the floor. Yeah, something is wrong with Charlie. He's careless now, and carelessnesses will pop up by following the blood trail. He's gonna follow the blood trail. He's gonna die where the blood trail is. Follow the trail of blood. But if I choose not to follow the trail of blood, well, I did say I'm going to.
One and all to tonight's entertainment.
Oh, what the fuck?
Presented by Grantham Dumet.
Dumet? What? So he hasn't left?
Well, it's not like I have a choice. I have to follow this path because none of the doors can open, so it's not like I'm supposed to follow it. I have to follow it. There's no suppose about it. I don't have a choice. And when I play games like this, the whole point is to make decisions on your own. Like, if I'm following a path that's showing me where to go, then I'm not really making decisions on my own. Like, if I discover things and then I follow a path, then there should be a path to guide me if I discover the things.
First met Agent Monday on October 12th, 1997 at O'Hare Airport when I was assigned to welcome him off the plane. I'd actually met him once before at a lecture on criminal behavior given a few weeks prior here in Chicago, but I doubt he remembered me from that. I was pretty nervous as the new kid on the block. I was just out of training, and I'd been assigned to drive around this big shot criminal profiler who just cracked the Arkansas case, which was all over the national newspapers. My first impressions were that he was tough.
Here's what I'm getting from this. This guy Monday that brought in the serial killer Manny was sent to investigate a potential serial killer in Chicago. So Manny was either sent here to investigate this criminal, or Monday is the killer. But if that's the case, then Blemcap is an alias that Manny used to pretend to be. Monday used to pretend to be who he was, or Clark, or maybe Clark. Clark is the first name of Blemcap, or Blempnap. Maybe that's his first name, Clark Blempnap. And maybe Manny on interviewing, Hector on interviewing Manny Sherman got a taste for killing based on what he discovered from Manny Sherman. And he realized there was something there that he liked, and he wanted to duplicate what Manny Sherman. And he became fascinated with Manny Sherman, and with Manny Sherman's fascination, H.H. Holmes, and thus he eventually became a serial killer himself and set up the whole serial killer thing in Chicago. I'm drawing at straws here, but at least that's what I'm going with right now. That Mr. Blempnap is actually Hector Monday, or Clark is Hector Monday. And Hector Monday is the actual killer. Blempnap is probably the same person. I don't understand the purpose of the coins. I understand the purpose of the coins is to give towards the ferrymen across the river Styx. That's what, the curator says. What I don't understand is how is it going to play a part in these people's survival? Because Aaron is dead, and I wasn't able to use up any of the coins. So what does the coins represent? Do-overs? Reverse time? Continue save? Undoing events? Like, what is the purpose of the coins? The coins haven't come into any rational, logical sense yet. Like, based on the amount of coins I collect at the end of the game, is it going to tell me something relevant for why I need a certain amount? It really shouldn't be something that's going to be revealed towards the end of the game or the middle of the game. If you're going to tell me that these coins will come in handy, it has to play from the moment you introduce it into the game and implement it. Did it show up during a quick time event? No. Did it show up during the possible survivor of Erin? She could live or die? No. There was no chance rolls there. So what's the purpose of the coins? I need to know this. There's a lot of weird stuff going on in this game that doesn't make sense compared to other Dark Pictures games.
Oof. Lovely.
You hear that?
Please. Help.
The fuck?
Help me. Please. Please.
Are you...
Don't do anything.
What happened? Are you okay?
What the fuck?
Stop! Look.
What is this?
It's a fucking booby trap. You shift your weight off that plate and this guy is getting run through by that thing.
Help. Please. Help. Help me. Jamie.
So now I have to make a determined and overbearing decision. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a determined and overbearing decision. I'm going to stay because I'm determined. And I'm overbearing. So I get off, the guy gets gutted. I stay, the guy gets gutted. So it's not related to him dying. So that's fine.
Shit, give me your hand. Come on. Damn it.
What's happening? What did I do?
We need to get the fuck out of here. Now. Charlie.
Huh?
Let's go.
Did you see him?
The mask?
What the hell was that?
Yeah, Charlie, it's about time you get the hell out of here. See, this is about the time where no matter how stupid Charlie is, he should be determined enough to get the fuck out. So, no matter how desperate Charlie needs money, he just saw a guy get gutted. So if he's still determined to get money, This will be probably the worst fucking game of the entire goddamn series. Well, not second worst, because nothing could be as bad as Madame Eden.
Oh, you're shitting me.
We're trapped. Jesus. We're trapped.
What do we do?
Break the fucking door down.
Right. On 3. 1, 2, 3. You hear that?
Like, Charlie is the dumbest motherfucker I've ever met. And the fact that he's in charge doesn't make it any better. Like, he's the dumbest person in charge you could ever have to be in charge.
Find your spirit crystal?
Don't do that. And don't make fun of me.
Sorry. Wouldn't want you to cut yourself. The rock is sharp as hell and, super magical.
It's an amethyst crystal. It
Helps keep you calm by blanketing you in protective energy. I know. I remember.
If you know, then don't call it a rock.
Maybe I just feel like you should take responsibility of your own emotions and stop outsourcing the job to a crystal.
So this one says to be ambitious and bold. So that's what I'm gonna be. Ambitious and bold. Since I really can't make my own damn decisions for myself out of these 4, I'm gonna pick the one that's right in front of me. Ambitious first, then bold next. Or bold and ambitious. That's not bold being compliant.
It makes me feel better. Something you never seem to be able to do.
Okay, maybe that was a shitty thing to say.
That's bold. Since there really wasn't an ambitious situation to be compliant, the best decision was to pick was the bold one. So apparently that's how the game goes. It shows you exactly what's in front of you and select it, like you're a goddamn 2-year-old.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. This isn't the time or place to...
I have to tell you something.
Okay.
Earlier, you brought up that DP job I blew off. I never told you the truth about it.
About what?
It wasn't a job, not really.
What are you talking about?
Remember my friend Murray? He was setting up a studio in Brooklyn, fine arts. He wanted a partner.
That's your dream.
Yeah. There is exactly 0 money to made, so I thought you'd tell me it was insane, rightfully. Because it would be.
Wait, I mean, did you ever think maybe of chasing the dream first and making it work practically second?
Clearly not. I'm here, aren't I? Things are already starting to get tough for us.
Oh, no. Don't put any of this on me. This is all you.
I know. I turned it down because it would have taken me away from you.
I guess I didn't even think of that.
I just...
What do you want me to say?
Guess I was holding out for things to change with us. Deep down, I'm still hoping.
Mark, I have never once shied away from telling you where my priorities were.
All right, I get it.
We better go. Let's find Aaron and get the fuck out of here.
Do you think they found Dumet?
I don't care. I'm more interested in finding Aaron, which I'm sure Charles is not concerned with.
Why do you call him that?
What? Charles? Because he hates it. Obviously. Who's going around locking these doors?
Dumet? His little helper in the yellow coat.
Wait.
What's that?
Is this somebody's idea of a fucking joke? How is this here?
Did you bring this?
No.
Is that her?
Yeah. Shelby.
Matching nails?
God, don't. We always got them done the same. That's him.
What?
That's him. The guy in the back.
You know him?
I kinda did. He was just one of those guys that was always around. We would be at some of the same parties, but that's it. It was my fault.
You know that's not true.
The night it happened, I was supposed to meet her. We were going to grab some drinks, go to a party. I slept through. It was a big deal on campus not to go out on your own. And Shelby waited for me when I didn't show, and that's when he got her.
It's okay.
It's not fucking okay. It can't be. I have to live with it every day, and now someone knows. Someone wanted me to find this. What the hell is that?
I have no idea. But I feel like it's bad.
What the hell?
Get over here, now!
Charlie!
I can't hold this. Listen, you have to get the fuck out any way you can. Just get the fuck out! Now!
Jamie! Charlie!
What the hell just happened?
I don't know, but I think it's really bad.
It isn't moving.
So now what? We're fucked.
There has to be a way around.
Yeah, maintenance corridors, crawl space, has to be. What's going on? Dumet, What the hell is going on with him?
He was nervous the whole way here. I chalked it up to him just being eccentric.
There's a lot of miles between eccentric and murderous.
Let's think about this. You saw Dumet take off.
So maybe he found out there was a killer and bugged out?
Maybe. Or perhaps the man we met wasn't actually Dumet.
And the dude in the mask is?
That contraption, that's a hell of a lot to set up. That was planned out, every bit of it. It was set up for us to find.
Which makes it even more likely the dude on the ferry wasn't really Demet.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But the only thing in the game that makes goddamn sense. The guy on the ferry with the kid, probably not Demet. Just use his name. Random dude chose. Says that he's Demet. I was wondering why Architect was freaking out so much. Thought it was his daughter. Would it make more sense that he's not Demet? I really want to know what's the point of all these coins. Like, seriously. It don't seem like there's any logical reason to have them. Unless they're going to play out towards redoing something.
I'm trying to map this in my head. But I think Erin's room has been completely cut off.
Jesus, Charlie. Why is he messing with her?
Because she's the most easily frightened. The most vulnerable. Don't you watch our show?
Oh, what the fuck?
Is that a kid?
Oh, good. You hear a creepy kid voice, too. I was worried I was finally snapping.
Where's it coming from?
Charlie, come here. Let's get this open. We just focus on one thing at a time. This room first.
You're right, of course.
Yeah, of course. Let's look at the room where this dude is gonna die in. Blood trail in the curd room, where meat is cured. So he's gonna die in here. From being cured. Like a goddamn pig.
It's freezing.
So how do I stop him from being cured? Removing the knife? Not letting him pick up the knife?
Natalie Morello. Oh, are you... Ah, fuck! Holy shit.
Natalie Morello.
It's a fucking body.
You think? Meet
Natalie
the last
Morello
party that
is
visited this
one-
hotel.
You don't
No
know
shit.
that. Maybe... Fuck. You're probably right.
We don't know that. Fuck, you're probably right. Charlie, you're the biggest, stupidest motherfucker on the planet. Worst part, there are people like you in this world. So desperate for cash, you're so fucking stupid. Like, Like, who gave birth to you, man? Seriously. Like, you put cash and values before logic and common sense. I'm willing to chase the cash, even if it means putting myself in danger. Like, you're a fucking idiot. If you ever think about it, you ever hear about people who willing to put...
Charlie, I found a way out, maybe. Look, this one swings out. We can probably force it easier than the others.
Stand back. That's not what I was expecting.
Ah! Jamie! Ah! Ah!
Charlie? Fuck.
So I have no choice but to fall into that room. Are simply about places that you're going to go, and based on your decision of places that you're going to go, you decide where you survive or not. So they're not really premonitions. They're more like you're going to go there regardless. You don't have a choice to deviate from them. It's what you choose in the direction of the place you're going is the premonition, how you can prevent it.
Charlie?
Jamie?
So you can't prevent it by
Aaron?
not going
Keep it
there.
down.
But you don't have a choice.
She can't have just vanished. Looks like it, yeah.
Wait.
Shh. What?
You hear that?
Is that them?
Where's it coming from?
Somebody's in the restaurant.
What's the plan, Charlie? You end up dead.
Before I end up, I'd like to propose a toast. It seems as if this may well be our last supper as a team, given how you've all been acting. Me and my apostles. Just wait. Give me a moment. I can't decide who the Judas is.
What the fuck is this?
I've got so many options.
Mark, what are you doing? Just stay back from it.
Relax. So, it's a bunch of mannequins dressed like us. Weird? Yes. Cosplers are shit? No.
Has anyone seen Mr. Dumet?
There has to be a legit reason he left.
But why would he invite us here and to dinner and then just leave?
You hear that?
Footsteps.
And they're getting closer. Watch out. Jamie! Thank God.
I'm so glad to see you guys. We have to get the hell out of here.
What happened when the wall closed?
Demet killed his groundskeeper.
What?
Right in front of us.
Demet?
It's a setup. He was wearing a mask and... I know how that sounds, but I'm not joking, and now he's after Aaron, so we need to move.
Wait, hang on. Where's Charlie?
I don't know. We got separated.
No way this is happening.
You know, so when our bodies wash up on the other side
Are
of
you
the lake,
fucking
there's
kidding me?
plausible deniability. Bodies dead.
Jesus,
Dead.
shut it up!
Bodies dead. 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 Dead.
What was that?
This... It's fake. A prop, or from an animal or something. It has to be.
No way.
Oh, it's real. It's fucking real. I told you. This was all too much.
Let's get out of here. Oh, it's locked. What's going on?
The door I came through is locked too.
You man! You wanna play around?
Get out here, right now. Let's fucking play.
I've got to get out of here. Jamie! Hello? Jamie! I'm okay! Oh, shit!
I'm assuming you've read my report on the first one? Similar MO, unidentified male with multiple stab wounds. Looking at the lower abdomen, the wounds are consistent with those of the first victim. The shape of the entry wound suggests it's a strong probability that this is the same murder weapon. Looks like we've got a souvenir hunter here. This time the left ear has been severed. Clean incision. Probably a scalpel or a razor blade. Very tidy. Nice job, actually. Very little bleeding. The deceased had probably been dead for 30 to 40 minutes when this was done. This differs from the earlier MO. If you remember, that John Doe was still alive when the teeth were removed. That would have created a lot of noise and mess. This guy is learning.
Alright, so I'm assuming this is the guy in the raincoat, yellow raincoat. But if he's been there since 2017, why all of a sudden kill him now? Why not kill him back in 2017 or in 2022? Why kill him now? Early in 2022, in September, October. Why wait and kill him now? Doesn't make sense. What makes sense is that he's probably not dead at all. That's what makes sense. Because if he truly is dead, then that doesn't make sense. There's no reason whatsoever for him to be alive in October and November. Okay, so apparently, here's what I'm thinking. Mr. Guy in the yellow raincoat is probably the architect of this place. He's probably the Met. And Mr. Bob Knapp is the actual killer. That's the reason why he would still be alive from 2017 to now. And maybe the Met doesn't need him anymore, since the place is already done and finished. But here's the thing. Wasn't the place already done and finished in October and September? Still, no reason to keep the Met alive. Makes no sense. That guy can't be Dumet. And if he's the caretaker, why all of a sudden kill the caretaker now? Why didn't you kill him in September and October or before? Why after the building was finished? Why not kill him then? Why kill him now? You have plenty of ways to do it before, but you just decide to do it now. That's sloppy. Makes no sense. That dude isn't dead. And if he truly is dead, that's a sloppy part of storytelling.
What the hell was that?
This dude is killed on a graded floor. So all of this floor is flat. Not gonna make him pick up any knives or anything like that. Let's see what room leads to graded floor. That room is regular floor. That's the room that has the light in it. But is there a graded floor? Oh, let me look at that image in that. What? Why is the damn thing off? All of a sudden the television shut off? That's stupid. There's no reason. See, this is what I'm talking about, the inconsistency of the game. If the damn television comes on, isn't it supposed to stay on? If the power is on? It turns off on its own? Look, if the killer is the one who's operating all this, turn things off, turn things on, and then it doesn't matter what decision I make, because things are going according to the decisions of the game. I walk through the door, the television comes off, so it doesn't really matter. So let's see. But I don't know. Do I see any greater? If I open this, it may lead to the door that's created. What if I turn this? It's like this other door gets open. Like, obviously the killer wants me to turn it on. I don't know, man. Like, this door is open. This leads to this room. Maybe this turns on something other than lights. Wait. I can't get in anyway, because there's a dude.
Trap tonight. Well, if I get out, I'll send someone back for you.
Inspect. So it's supposed to be like a metaphor for him being tied down onto a gate or grates. Alright, well, I can't go through, so I have no choice but to pull this thing. So that was the previous room I was in. And this is a bathroom. There's no graded floor here. Could shimmy through here. I still don't get the point of those coins. I mean, if the point of having a lot more coins is increase your capabilities to your survival based on decision, like it gives you more choices to make a decision, if that's what they are there for. The more you get, the more you're willing to the amount of coins you're willing to give the ferryman. You give him a lot. The more he's willing to spare you. I don't know. So maybe my chances of survival are higher when I get more coins. It makes no sense. But I'm just playing it. It's just fascinating to me how they come up with decisions that in this one, this is what's happening. I mean, they really could have made a better story. It's dark in here, and this guy has a cigarette lighter. So why isn't he using his cigarette lighter? Why? Because the game wants you to play by its rules, which is fucking stupid and not realistic in the slightest. I mean, I'm starting to think these people make these games to just show off how pretty or how interesting they could make the atmosphere. They're like, Supermassive game makes its own games, but who are they really being made for? For the public? For themselves? Feels like these people are only tapping themselves on the back of their shoulders. It's not like they're working for someone else to show off the portfolio of how good they can make their stuff. I mean, I don't get it. Like, you're in a dark area, you have a lighter, and you don't want to turn on the lighter now? That's some bullshit right there. Am I supposed to find something? Like a torch or something? And there's no grater. See, this guy... This guy gets killed on the floor that's grated. See, those aren't blood. Blood don't work like that. Blood don't go in perfectly cylindrical shapes on the floor. In perspective, that's not blood. That's a graded floor. See, look at that. That's a boarded floor. If there's no boarded floor, I say, and this guy get killed on a plain floor, they're like, okay, so whoever made the game just decided to not put in the graded floor. Why is he going back this way now? Oh, because the door is now open. Okay, so it's burned off. The rope wrapped around it was burned off. That's what he should have done from the very beginning with his lighter. So you tell me when he fell, he dropped his lighter. His lighter got lost, and the killer picked up the lighter. That's what happened. The killer took his lighter. That's what happened. Apparently, that's what happened. The killer took his lighter, so he has no way to see because the killer took his lighter. So when he fell, the girl that was above him, Jamie, saw him fall, yelled for him, but he was passed out, and then she left and dipped. So he was passed out for a while, then the killer walked into the room, took his lighter. It didn't occur to her to try to see if, like, she could get him up from falling. She couldn't see down all the way. Maybe she couldn't see down all the way. She didn't know where he fell. Okay, so that's the grater. Looks like the grater on the, yeah. So I don't really have a choice but to go in this room. There really isn't. There is no choice. This game says it offers you a choice, but there really isn't a choice. Okay, so there's a graded floor, so I don't have no choice but to go near the graded floor. And that's the girl's asthma inhaler. What if I don't want to pick up the asthma inhaler? I guess I don't have a choice. He comes in the room, he attacks me. Why don't I just lock this door? Why don't I just go back in here, turn back on the thing that I shimmied through? Turn it back on, close the door again. But this time the rope isn't around it, so maybe I could... Where's the switch? Well, I can't see anything. switch. Fucking game is so dark. Yeah, like it wouldn't occur to people who made this game. I know they're trying to do the whole paranoia thing, but if people can't see where they're going, it's stupid. I'm trying to get the whole atmosphere thing going. I dig that. But, no game should be too dark. I said the same thing when it comes to Elden Ring. I said the same thing when it comes to, like, I know you're trying to create tension in the atmosphere by making things look pitch black dark, but it doesn't work. Like, if in Control, it was way too dark. You have to understand, like, when you're doing games, you cannot make things too dark. Otherwise, it becomes an annoyance, or too bright. Otherwise, it becomes an annoyance. So I'm just going to deal with this, and whatever decision pops up, I'll pick it.
Well, hello, gorgeous.
Cigarettes, really?
Where have you been all my life?
What if I don't pick up the cigarettes? Let's see what happens when I don't decide to pick up cigarettes. Will he pick it up anyway if I refuse to pick it up? I'm not picking up the cigarettes. I want to see what will happen. Just like that little interactive scene with everyone around the table, I only pressed on one person. Then I left it, and I didn't interact with anyone else until Jamie ran through the door. This is so lame. I have a feeling that I don't have a choice in this one. I have to pick up the cigarettes. Wait, here's the thing. Where's the whole options of you can either decide or the game decides for you if you do nothing? That doesn't seem like that's what's going on here. Jesus. God.
Praise the Lord.
Shut up, Harley. Overbearing, careless, determined. Yeah, he made a careless decision picking up that cigarette.
I mean, the best cigarette of your life.
You don't have the lighter because the killer has the lighter, you moron. Charlie's the dumbest person in this game. He literally went into a room, saw cigarettes on the floor, desperate for cigarettes. It didn't occur to him that someone just put the cigarettes there. It just happened to be there. And the fact that he's into cigarettes as well.